Okay, let's just cut to the chase. First of all, welcome to the channel, and second, this is not the typical video that I do around here, which is why this video is so long. It's a get it out and be done with it type of deal. This is an experimental series that I'm trying out. It's called a trip down memory lane, where I just sit down and play a game I find to be exceptional at some things, to a point where I can't shut up about it. This series will be unscripted and more clueless than Hank fucking Schrader sitting on a toilet trying to figure out his brother-in-law played him like a goddamn fiddle. I also apologize in advance for the sound quality, as this is recorded from a headset, not the usual microphone. The audio does get better as the video goes on. It's my first time doing a Let's Play, so if I say anything incoherent, nonsensical, stunning and brave, or if I just straight up sound like I'm Study McStutter half the time, well now you know why. This video will also be slightly edited in post to cut out parts that drag, and the chapters will be included in the video description and the video itself. Misunderstandings in the comment section happen all the time, so if you disagree about something or just want a discussion and would like for me to elaborate, you best bet I can word anything I've said in these videos infinitely better down below. I understand that this is a long video to commit to, so feel free to drop in and out and check every so often. And for my fellow subscribers, I am well aware this isn't probably the video you were hoping for, but worry not, the usual style of content is not going anywhere. This is just something I'm doing primarily for me to blow off some steam between video essays, while providing my 2 cents that might be of insight and value to you. And if it's not for you, no problemo. All I ask of you is to drop a like before you head out to help a fellow out with the algorithm, and I'll be back with the usual stuff when it's ready. Time to get comfortable, people. Grab some popcorn, snacks, beverages, and get cozy. If you are using this video as background noise to fall asleep to, wherever you are, have a good one. Without further ado, I hope you have a good time, and let's get this show on the road. Welcome back, everybody. This is Ravendraws. Today I'm bringing you my playthrough for Resident Evil 4. Now, I'm going through this game because, as much as of a Resident Evil fan I am, Resident Evil 4 is just something different. It's a lightning in a bottle, and it's not just, in my opinion, the best Resident Evil game ever made. It's one of the best games ever made of all time. I said it. I'm gonna go through the levels with you. I'm gonna be playing it on professional mode.
Resident Evil 4.
Resident Evil 4. Now, for a costume. Special or normal? I'm going with normal.
1998. I'll never forget it. It was the year when those grisly murders occurred in the Arklay Mountains. Soon after, the news was out to the whole world, revealing that it was the fault of a secret viral experiment conducted by the international pharmaceutical enterprise, Umbrella. The virus broke out in a nearby mountain community, Raccoon City, and hit the peaceful little town with a devastating blow crippling its very foundation. Not taking any chances, the President of the United States ordered a contingency plan to sterilize Raccoon City. With the whole affair gone public, the United States government issued an indefinite suspension of business decree to Umbrella. Soon its stock prices crashed, and for all intents and purposes, Umbrella was finished. Six years have passed since that horrendous incident. I received special training via a secret organization working under the direct control of the president. I was to assume the responsibility of protecting the new president's family.
Cornel, why am I the one who always gets the short end of the stick?
You, who are you really? Come on and tell us. You are a long way from home, cowboy. You have my sympathies.
Guess that's a local's way of breaking the ice. Anyway, you know what this is all about. My assignment is to search for the president's missing daughter.
What? All by yourself?
I'm sure you boys didn't just tag along so we could sing Kumbaya together at some Boy Scout bonfire. Then again, maybe you did.
Oh, you crazy American. It's a direct order from the chief himself. I tell you, it's no picnic.
I'm counting on you guys.
Looking back, it does seem weird that they sent just one guy to Spain. For the president's daughter. That's crazy.
It was right before I was to take on my duties of protecting the president's daughter when she was abducted. That's the ultimate reason I'm in this lonely and rural part of Europe. According to our intelligence, there's reliable information about a sighting of a girl that looks very similar to the president's daughter. Apparently, she's being withheld by some unidentified group of people. Who would have thought that my first job would have been a rescue mission?
It's freezing. So cold all of a sudden. Must be my imagination. Sorry it took so long.
Just up ahead is the village.
I'll go and have a look around.
Yeah, we'll stay and watch that car. Don't want to get any parking tickets.
Right. Parking tickets.
Good luck.
Jeez. Who are these guys?
Did you say something?
Leon, I hope you can hear me. I'm Ingrid Hunnigan. I'll be your support on this mission.
Loud and clear. Somehow I thought you'd be a little older. So the subject's name's Ashley Graham, right?
That's right. She's the daughter of the president. So try to behave yourself, okay?
Whoever this group is, they sure picked the wrong girl to kidnap.
I'll try to find some more information on my end as well.
Good. Talk to you later. Leon out.
Okay, so before we get started, there's something I'd like to talk about. So as you see, when we started the game, you just saw that they sent just one guy for this whole mission, which is to rescue the president's daughter. Now, as controversial as that may seem, and as stupid as it might sound and seem, it does two things. What it does, first and foremost, is, well, it tells you just how important Leon is as a character. He's so good at his job that even as a first... it's his first job, and they're sending him all alone to rescue the president's daughter. But what it also is doing, it's raising the stakes. So we haven't even started yet, and the stakes are already so high. You're just one guy. And, yeah, it's up to you to do all the dirty work. So let's begin. So as you can see, I've been pointing at these crows over here. Now, if you're a new player, you probably would not know this, but you can actually shoot them, and they drop valuable loot, which we will need. This is professional mode, and it's not a joke, especially if you do it the hard way. So let's start. Make sure you keep a distance. You don't want them to fly off for no reason. And there's 3 of them. So as you just saw right there, you get 200 pesetas. Pesetas? I think they call them pesetas. Spanish coins. I don't even think that they're I think they're outdated even for this game's timeline. But anyway, let's continue. So, as you can see, the game blocks the path over here. Also, let's just take a look at the art style. This is a game that came out in 2005 on the Gamecube. This is not the best remastered game out there. The quality can be better. The textures are... inconsistent, to say the least. I'm just putting it politely as much as I can. But yeah, if I had to be neutral about it, it's inconsistent. Let's go over here for the box. So, in other games, the knife is not very useful, but in Resident Evil 4, the knife is a godsend. And I'm not even religious. But let's continue. Looks like someone is a bit under the weather here. Let's see what's up.
Excuse me. Sir? I was wondering if you might recognize a girl in this photograph?
¿Qué carajo estás haciendo aquí? ¡Lárgate, cabrón!
Sorry to have bothered you.
Freeze! I said freeze!
So this is the first enemy type, and what a way to introduce a first enemy type, if you ask me. This is called the Ganados. So what I'm doing here to activate their attacks is I'm pressing the run and forward, and it baits them into attacking. You can see this works pretty consistently. It's almost flawlessly. This is one of the many times you will see this enemy character model. It's one of the few nitpicks I have with this game. You see the same enemies over and over, but they're pretty good enemy. What's cool about Resident Evil 4 is how many layers there are to the combat. The way you can damage different limbs is pretty mind-blowing, even for a game for today's day and age. So let's start hitting him. Wow, he went down pretty quick. Wow, that was it's not every time it happens, but sometimes it can happen. Going down with just one shot. Shit. Just love how he says it.
Is everything okay?
There was a hostile local. I had no choice but to neutralize him. There are still others surrounding the area.
Get out of there and head toward the village. Take whatever measures necessary to save the subject.
Understood.
Okay, we're getting ambushed and surrounded everywhere. Well, not everywhere. It's just this door. They must be pressing against it from the other side. Well, they're not exactly pushing the door, they're just waiting outside, but the game tells you that they are trying to hold the door locked. But we'll play along. They sure have. It's pretty early to assume she's alright, but that's a cool thing about the descriptions when you read something. It tells you what the player's thinking, and it's not just telling you what to think. So I like to jump out of this window instead of the other one, and we're gonna do just that. Alrighty. And I'm gonna run for it. But I'm not running away from them.
Off to a pretty bad start, but that is totally my fault. The game controls like a dream, and I'm not even a big fan of tank controls. Not gonna lie, multitasking with the playthrough of a game and talking at the same time, I was not expecting it to be this complicated, and we've just started, but I'll try my best. So let's take a look at the map. So there's the S stands for typewriter. You've got the legend on the right. As you can see, the game is quite linear. Usually it counts as a detractor for Resident Evil titles, but in this one, it's insane how much of a departure it is from other games in this way, and its structure as when it comes to level design. But it's insane how well paced it is. You'll see why. Gonna slash these boxes over here. 1,400. Another 1,000. Okay. Bingo. Okay, so gonna save lucky number 7 for this run. Let's hope it's a good one. You hear that? This is a sound effect that has tugged at my heartstrings for... How long has it been? 2007? Jesus. It's been 14 years. I still haven't found a game I like more than this. Besides maybe Red Dead Redemption 2. That game is way too different to be compared to this one though. But yeah, those are my 2 favorite video games of all time. Poor doggy. Stuck in a bear trap. Now, I would love to talk and just stare, but I can't help it. I can't see this dog suffer. I'm pretty much a softie when it comes to dogs and cats. I always save the dog. So, okay, next part coming up. We have the tripwires for bombs. You can see them flashing in the distance over there. Take the red herb. Okay, time to open up the inventory. So you start off... When you start the game, you'll notice instantly that it's pretty different in terms of inventory management from previous titles. This is a briefcase system, and it's kind of like a Tetris game. It's really fun to organize. As someone with both ADHD and OCD, this is supposed to be a nightmare, but it's really satisfying to control. It gets on your nerves if you keep obsessing over it, but yeah, it's pretty fun. Now, I keep logging into the map by mistake. That's a problem I've always had. It's just sometimes I can't get the hang of it. And especially from one console to the next, the layout keeps changing, and the muscle memory just doesn't always live up to its potential. But we'll continue from here.
Un forastero!
Un forastero. Okay, so we're going over here. Let's hope he falls for the trap, and if he doesn't, well, there's always that. Okay, so as you can see, they've put dynamite, already telling you that these enemies are far from your average brain-dead zombie. They really don't want you entering. But fuck them. They don't tell us what to do. So we're playing on professional mode, and I'm still wondering what weapons to pick. I want to do a challenge run, but I don't know. I guess the point of this Let's Play, or Quick Play, I don't know what to do with it yet, whether it's a quick through or a playthrough. Just to analyze how the game's aged, what it got so right, maybe some things that have aged like milk, which in my opinion, very few things have aged poorly in this game. Even as a remaster, it's not the best when it comes to updated graphics, but good lord, the art style really holds up. This is one of the first games that popularized, if you remember back in 2005, I believe till 2010, this is one of those games that really popularized the brown filter. A lot of games had this ugly brown filter to everything, and for a lot of games it did not work, but for Resident Evil 4, let me tell you, it really made the game look interesting and horrifying at the same time. Especially on the box art. When you looked at this game on store shelves, let me tell you, the brown filter really made everything look creepier. As you can see, the foliage over here is far from what I'd call good looking, but yeah, this is one of the many times you will see something jarring in the remaster, especially when it's on the PlayStation 4. I wish I could be playing the Ultimate Edition on PC with the HD project. Might be something for the future, but for now, we're stuck on the PlayStation 4. It's not a bad game by any means on the PlayStation 4. This is still one of my favorite games to play on this system. But, could have used a bit more work, if you ask me.
How you holding up?
Bad question, Hunnigan.
Sorry to hear that. I'm sending you a playing manual. Hope you find it useful.
I'll take a look at it, thanks.
So this is just an overview of the controls. No need for introductions there. Yeah, pretty simple stuff. So this is one of those. This is one of the best opening sequences of any video game ever. This is the iconic village location. As you can see, you can hear the villagers in the distance going on with their everyday lives. In fact, let's take a look at them. As you can see, that's the first villager we've seen in the beginning of the game. You're gonna see these models all the time. But what redeems these enemies is, like I said, the way you can take care of them. There's so many ways to tackle these guys. It's not just the limbs, even who to pick first, which guys to deal with, and which to avoid. and whether you want to take care of them one by one or bait them into groups and deal with them all at once. So what's weird about the remaster is it actually, even though they look a bit sharper in the details, they actually lose some of the frightening factor. They don't look as scary as they used to on the PlayStation 2 for that matter. And the PlayStation 2, let me tell you, that is easily the worst looking port of them all. And mind you, that was one of the best looking games on the PlayStation 2. So, I don't know what to tell you, but yeah, so fire effects could have used some work, but oh well, it's a remaster of a 2005 game, so what are you gonna do? Over here we have one of the cops in the beginning. Not too friendly, but I wouldn't say they deserved this of all things. Jesus Christ, look at what they've done to this poor kid. Wow. What a way to go. Anyway, so yeah, I'm gonna pause for a bit and I'm coming back and I will show you how to take care of this place. It's not too hard, but it's pretty easy to mess up, especially on professional mode. So I'll be back. Okay, and we're back. This is the village fight. This is one of the best sequences of any video game ever made, and I'll show you why in just a couple of minutes. So, first things first, the tank controls. This is might as well get this out of the way. The tank controls in this game are not bad at all. I'm not even good at tank controls. Let me tell you, if the tank controls feel frustrating, it's on you most of the time. Let me get this out of the way. If you get the hang of one thing on professional mode, it's gonna save you a lot of time and deaths. And that is the... see what I'm doing? I'm holding the right stick. I'm flicking it left and right. Now, tank controls have a big problem, and that is to just point and aim somewhere. You can only start aiming where you're facing, and obviously since you turn like a goddamn tank, literally, it takes forever to readjust and orient yourself. But there's a neat little trick that the game does not tell you, and that is what I call the quick snap, which is this. Boom, 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 and boom, 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 boom. So what I'm doing over here is, like I said, I'm flicking the camera left and right and simultaneously pressing the aim button. See that? Let's say I want to turn from here to here. So I want to aim, then aim, aim, or turn around, aim, then aim. Look how long it takes. Look how long it takes for every direction. This, obviously, this will take forever, but with the quick snap, look how fast it all is. I don't even have to quick turn. Look how easier it all is to manage everything. So this has multiple routes you can take. First things first, there's a very lethal enemy type that you will not want to fuck around with in this part of the game, or any part of the game for that matter. It's an instant kill, one-hit kill, and you do not want that. It's good to get it out of the way as well, that the game does not tell you this, but it adjusts the difficulty depending on how good you play. So if you die a lot, it will do things such as despawning some enemies. I'm not sure which ones happen most of the time. I know one particular level that is pretty popular in YouTube essays for readjusting the difficulty. It's called the water room. So there's a few things about this level. There's one of these lethal enemy types. There's more than one. There's two of them. The other one is locked behind the other end of the level. If you go to them before you trigger a cutscene. And we are going to do that now, but I am not going through this route. I'm taking this part. So, wish me luck, I guess. I'm taking the herb. We call it herb around here, not herbs. I'm not from America. I try to... make sure I'm not butchering the accent. Well, I don't have a silver tongue. I don't manage to speak fast and off the cuff, as unscripted as I try to be. But I don't think my accent is too shabby either. I've heard a lot of people say I don't sound like where I'm from. That's a good thing.
Why are these people? What are they planning? Chainsaw.
And there we have it, folks. It's Mr. Texas Chainsaw Massacre, dude.
Shit.
Son of a... Okay, so first things first. We barricade this side. You don't have to, but it helps, I guess. Take the ammo there. It's important. Take the shotgun. You have a grenade. These things are sweet. Shotgun shells. Now you push this thing off. You can try to buy time for now. You have two zombies coming here. Well, zombies, ganados. But I call them zombies from time to time. They're pretty intelligent, but they're still not not the smartest enemy type I've seen in video games either. But then again, I'm not the I'm not... Wow. Jesus Christ. That started earlier than I anticipated, but it's not gonna be a problem. I'll either get butchered here or I'll somehow make it out alive. Let's see what happens. So I got 10 handgun bullets. I've got 8 in total shotgun bullets. And 2 healing items and 2 hand grenades. We're gonna need those things for sure. Let's hope I don't die. Fuck off. God, that thing is so fucking creepy. Sends chills down my spine all the time. Okay, so for crowd control, I'm gonna do this. Gonna round them up over here. Now I'm going to... Actually, let's throw this first. Burn in hell, you sons of bitches! So when he's down, shoot him with the handgun. And you're done. Take a break. Now you want to be careful over here. Ooh, nice. This guy has a sickle, I think? A scythe? I think it's a sickle. So you can kick to save ammo, and it does quite some damage, too. I'm gonna save the shotgun ammo. I think it's a good time to heal and to reload. Now, killing the chainsaw dude is not obligatory, but it helps with... you get a lot of money for that. Well, guess I had to use the shotgun after all. Wow. God, Leon kicks like a truck. Saved by the bell. Literally.
Lord Sattler.
Where's everyone going? Bingo?
That line never gets old.
Hunnigan, I have some bad news. I've confirmed the body of an officer. Something's happened to the people here.
Leon, you need to get out of there. Look for a tower and follow the trail near it.
Got it.
God, I really was saved by the bell. I'm gonna use it for now. As you can see, Leon's health bar is pretty slow. It's piss poor at the start. For a guy who's so good at his job, and so physically fit, he really has poor overall health and stamina, I think. Well, he doesn't have a stamina bar, but his overall health bar is... it's fair, but it's nothing special. Then again, he is just one guy who went into rural Spain with no armor or vests. He's wearing tactical gear, but he's under-equipped for sure. That's a misconception about Resident Evil 4, that Leon's a superhero. But it's not really that. I wouldn't go that far. So we're collecting some items before we proceed. So this is another good strategy for defending against the villagers. You can... Okay, so the knife doesn't break the door, but you can use this as a vantage point. I wouldn't recommend it, but it's not a bad idea. Not bad at all. You can fuck that door up. Fuck that shit up. So, I believe we've... have we been here already? Yeah, I think we have. So we've cleared out this part. Now onto the tower. Believe it or not, this is not a good place to hole up for the fight. and Leon has no fall damage. It's so funny. I wouldn't go as far as to say it's immersion breaking. He's pretty athletic, and the dude does some way more impressive stuff than just that, but even with that being said, it's... the things he does in this game are... he's still against some pretty heavy odds, so... I'd say the game's still balanced in that regard. I'm giving whoever's watching a chance to read it, so feel free to pause it, or I'm gonna continue. For the time being, I'm taking my time, but as the game goes on, I'm gonna speed things up. So as you can see, the tank controls are a problem, let's say if you want to exit through the doors, but the turning takes long. But if you just do this, it's so much easier. I'm telling you, 95% of the complaints I see online can be fixed with just that. But that's most of the game's complaints. I believe it's the tank controls, and well, some people claiming it's not survival horror, which I highly disagree, even with the tone of the game being very different from the other ones. Well, okay, this cow isn't what I'd call survival horror, the stuff of nightmares, but still. The buzzing of the flies, wow, it really just kicks in that instinct of death and the putrid smell of horrible things that happened here. So let's proceed to the next part. Some of the doors, when you open them, they sound a lot like the remake. I think they're the same sound effects that they've reused. This is one of the more subtle, well, not subtle, but it's one of the more quiet parts of the game. It's really eerie when you walk into a certain point and start shooting the villagers over here. The music is really unsettling. It's not horrifying, but it's really unsettling. It really creeped me the fuck out when I was like, what, 12 years old at the time? I shouldn't even have been playing the game at the time, but I don't know. It really didn't do much of a... It didn't fuck me up like Resident Evil 3 Nemesis did. I think that game is way more of a concern for adults giving their kids the games, letting them play it. Haha, psyched. Double kick. Legendary. I don't think that's the same dog. But still. Poor doggy. Must suck to live in these places. Jesus Christ, imagine if I kicked the cows. That would not end well for me. Let's see. Yeah, the cow's just like, fuck off. Wow. Okay, time to use the knife. So yeah, as you can see, when you don't use the knife, you're screwed. It's not intentional, but since we have done that mistake, which, mind you, you can do mistakes in professional mode, there's a lot of things that work in your favor still. Like no need to use ink ribbons. You won't lose a lot of progress. Which for a game like this, you really don't need the ink ribbons. This is not a Metroidvania style game. It's quite linear, and the trial and error does not come from getting lost and solving puzzles. There are puzzles in this game, but they're not too difficult. They're pretty easy to get the hang of. And it's actually a good thing. This is a linear game, and it really helps with the pacing. Helps a lot. So, most of the puzzles are actually oriented around combat. Everything about this game is centered around its combat mechanics. They really nailed it. So, everything you do in this game is to proceed forward and to get money to buy things that help you proceed forward, and that is through fighting everything. The biggest puzzle element to this game is the combat itself. So part of the strategy is to collect a lot of loot and sell it later on. If you shot the necklace first and you put it in the this big thing full of filth, it would depreciate in value and you won't get as much money. Now, for some reason, shooting it with a bullet doesn't do anything, but if it fell in there, you would have got the dirty pendant, and it would be you would get a lot less money for that. So, you've noticed I've shot some of the blue medallions over here. About the blue medallions. 15 blue medallions, 7 in the farm and 8 in the cemetery. For those of you who destroyed 10 or more will be awarded. The rest is illegible. So, there's 15 medallions throughout the game. Well, throughout the opening section of the game. And there's 7 or 8 in here, I believe. I'm not sure, I forgot to pay attention to the amount. I think there's 7 here. That's 2. There's 1 over there. Bullseye. Also, fun fact, you can't kill the dog. Not that there's a reason to do it, but that's a fun fact. You can't, even if you wanted to shoot the dog, Capcom won't let you. Yeah, the sound effects of the villagers, they're still unsettling to listen to. Gonna bait them over here. Trying to save some ammo. Get over here, bitch. So a lot of people say one of the most immersion-breaking things about the game is that the enemies drop items. Some would even argue that it doesn't make it a survival horror game, because a survival horror game is supposedly made in a way to incentivize not fighting against enemies as much as possible. However, I disagree about this. I think survival horror does not need to be non-combat oriented. I think there's a way to pull it off, and Resident Evil 4 does it just right. What Resident Evil 4 does, instead of bringing everything down a notch or two, Resident Evil 4 makes Leon a competent character, instead of, like, for example, Sebastian Castellanos in The Evil Within, which is also a game that's directed by Shinji Mikami. What this game does, instead of limiting the player and the character to make the game feel terrifying, what they do is they up the ante. They crank everything up to 11. So if Leon can run, and he's agile and athletic, he's even acrobatic if you play the game long enough. What it does instead is it makes everything around him tougher. So the enemies are smarter, they communicate, they coordinate, they're just as fast as you are in most cases, especially later on in the game. And they evolve. Believe me, the enemies evolve and they evolve and they evolve. The game does not stop throwing new enemies at you. They even deal with the problem of being too agile by making the enemies capable of attacking you long range. There goes another immersion breaking item drop for purists out there. So obviously there's rumors going around about Resident Evil 4 Remake happening sometime soon. Maybe even next year, if we're lucky, or unlucky, depending on how you view remakes, especially the modern ones. The Resident Evil 2 and 3. But yeah, even myself, who does not have a problem with it, I think it's a fair complaint about it being immersion breaking. Not about it being survival horror breaking, but immersion breaking, yeah, for sure. I think for a 2022 game, 2023, I think they don't have to drop items. For Resident Evil 4 Remake, I think they'd benefit from a system where you can buy the bullets instead of receiving them from item drops. And perhaps they could just incentivize more of the scavenging, more of the loot grinding. I wouldn't want it to be as boring to scavenge like in The Last of Us, but it is cool to create a crafting component, maybe scrounge some items, look around, and create bullets in that way. Maybe even buy blueprints for bullets, like in Resident Evil Village. That's actually a good idea to take from Resident Evil Village, which I'm sure they will use. A lot of ideas from that game. That game already uses a lot of ideas from Resident Evil 4, which in my opinion doesn't pull off quite as well most of the time. But yeah, it's an ongoing process. It's like a classroom when the teacher teaches students, and the students, not only do the students learn from the teacher, but the teacher learns from the students. Resident Evil 4 Remake can really benefit from the things Resident Evil Village tried as well, even where it failed. I think it still has some pretty neat ideas, which it can definitely learn from. So let's move on. As you can see, Resident Evil 4 is a very linear game, but what it does constantly, it gives you open areas to mess around with. The playground is just big. It feels like it's pretty weird, but I think the game that reminds me of from a contemporary standpoint is Doom Eternal. Doom Eternal is quite linear as well, but it gives you a large playground all the time to mess around with. So there's another medallion. Something I really like about Resident Evil 4, and even Resident Evil 5 because they share the same system, the laser pointer. The camera does not sway, but Leon's arms, his aim does. It's not steady. There's a human-like quality to it that really makes him feel like a normal human being. Even with all the acrobatics he does, the aiming system is really good. Especially when things get tense, you just notice that his aim gets shaky. Even for a guy who's so well composed, it's pretty neat. So let's head down here. Break this box. How much do we have? 39,000 pesetas. You can actually equip the eggs and throw them at things. We're not going to do that, but it's a fun little thing to... it's a neat observation. There's absolutely no need to throw eggs in this game, but it's funny. So let's continue. But before we go, let's not forget about this. So here is something you really don't want to miss. Let's get back over here. So to access that hidden compartment is to drop down from here. Quick snap over here. And you get the Bierstein, or Bierstein. I call it the Bierstein. The Bierstein. That is a really valuable item. So there's a puzzle element that Resident Evil Village took from Resident Evil 4, which I'm not sure other games have done it in the franchise. I think the only two games that have ever done this are Resident Evil 4 and Village. You get items like this with slots. Now, on its own, the Bierstein is quite valuable compared to other things, but there are 3 recessions on the side, as the description implies. No, it tells you straight up. I wonder what they're for. Now, this is the game's way of telling you that, indicating that there's something you can put in them. It's not exactly telling you that if you're new to games, like if you're a younger person, maybe you're not experienced to that, but yeah, as you grow older, this is something that becomes second nature. You just know that the game's telling you and spelling it out for you. But it's pretty cool. There has to be some way for it to indicate to the player as much as possible to signal that something can be done. So there's 3 slots for the Bierstein, and as the game goes along, we're gonna collect hopefully all 3 of them, but at least 2 of them, we're gonna get them for sure. Now, if you combine the items, let's say, off the top of my head, a spinel costs around 1,000 if you sell it. For example, I'm just putting a rough estimate. If you get 1,000 for each spinel, and for a pearl pendant, let's say, I don't remember the numbers, let's say you get 5,000. Then the Bierstein is also maybe 5,000 or even 10,000. But if you put the extra jewels on it, it doubles, maybe even triples in value. It becomes 30,000, for example. Obviously the numbers are not accurate, but you get the idea. You definitely do not want to miss those things. So here we are introduced to something that a lot of really have a problem with. I have a problem with it these days. It's been so long, I'm tired of this mechanic, but for this specific game, I really don't mind. And that is the QuickTime events. We're gonna experience some Indiana Jones shit over here. Now, in professional mode, the QuickTime events are a lot less forgiving. You have to be really quick on these. This is the only game with QuickTime events that really, I feel, helps sell the tension and helps ramp up the anxiety. It gets pretty intense. A lot of people say it's not scary. I really disagree. This is still the most terrifying game in the franchise for me. Resident Evil 7 comes close. Maybe even Resident Evil... I think Resident Evil 3 Nemesis is the only other game that really makes me wish I wear brown pants every time I play these games. But yeah, for the most part, almost none of the games are scary anymore. Resident Evil 4 helps to solve this problem by making every moment feel intense and on the edge of your seat for a number of reasons. One of them is the how fucking brutal this game is. A lot of people say Manhunt is brutal, and while it is sadistic, if you think about how awful it is to die in those games, I don't know. For me, this is the most terrifying game when it comes to death scenes. There's just something about the way it all clicks, the sound effects, the graphics on display, the way it's so close to the camera gets so close to the violence. Everything just clicks, and it really helps sell it for me. So we're gonna stop here for now. I'm gonna take a pause and come back some other time. I'll edit this out, perhaps speed up the process. Yeah, this is one of those games that I really enjoy playing. No matter how many times I pick this game up, there's just something about the flow of everything that is really... It's extremely beautiful, and I can't wait to come back to it. So yeah, I'll see you in the next one. Okay, we're back. I'm gonna turn the sound down for a bit. Okay, where do we go? Oh yeah, that's right, you can't even change the sound. Never mind. Okay, so here we have the dynamite section. Basically, you got a bunch of Ganados wielding dynamites everywhere. It's not a difficult place to get the hang of. Now, usually I wouldn't let that guy run away, but oh well, tough shit. Let's try to hit the dynamite from here. And 2 in 1. Nice. Let's look for bear traps. And we're gonna fuck them up. Look for bear traps. Use the quick snap. What's interesting about Resident Evil 4 is that when it comes to diegetic sounds, there's not a lot going on. There's not too many layers of sound going on when it comes to how many things are happening at once, like different foliages, types of foliage that's you can hear, like the rustling of trees and bushes, maybe the whatever those are, bats. You don't hear too many sound effects going on, but what's interesting about Resident Evil 4 is how it uses music instead to elevate the atmosphere. Now obviously, Resident Evil 4 doesn't have the best atmosphere in the world, but what Resident Evil 4 is capable of doing overall as a whole is it really knows what it wants to be. That is the strongest thing about Resident Evil 4 in my opinion. It's the identity. Resident Evil 4 has an identity unlike any other game. Even for Resident Evil games, that none of them come this close. Just something about the way it presents itself through audio and presentation that just is, it's really something. It's unique. Has its own footprint in the video game space, in the landscape of the gaming industry. I also love the look of this place. Like, look at that. The textures, they're nothing special for today's standards, but and even the lighting shaft over here, the rays of sunshine, they're nothing special, but the way the art style presents itself, even the way the brown colors of Leon's jacket, even the brown parts of his hair, and the blonde, the yellow highlights, the light brown highlights of everywhere. They really thought things through about how everything fits together. You can notice Leon actually blends in pretty well with a lot of the environments he goes through. A lot of the presentation in the first third of the game is the well, first of all, it's the strongest part of the game, artistically speaking, I think, when it comes to the horror element at least, not when it comes to eye candy. But when it comes to atmosphere and horror, this part of the game is really something. Like, look at that. This isn't even top quality graphics, but look at how impressive this looks. For a 2005 game, remember, this is a 2005 game. How is it still impressing me this later on? It's insane. There's not too many games that I am wowed by when it comes to graphics, but Resident Evil 4, the art style really saves it. The meticulousness of the way it looks really saves it. So here you got Dynamite. They really thought everything through. Even like when it comes to pacing, they really thought about everything. You just turn around, you start aiming, and the dynamite is literally placed on the same level where you aim. You just shoot twice and that's it. See that? I didn't even aim. I just pressed the aim button and I held the square button and I just let him go on a rampage over there. So yeah, even the little things, they weren't sidelined for no reason. As you can hear, there's a lot of thudding and loud noises over here. This part, first time I heard it, I really did not want to open this thing. I didn't know what to expect. It's pretty lighthearted though. I wasn't expecting it.
A little rough, don't you think? You're not like them?
No. You?
Okay, I have only one very important question. You got a smoke?
Got gum.
Perfect. The big cheese.
What?
So that's chapter 1, part 1. On to part 2.
Feel humans.
Let us give you our power.
Soon, you will become unable to resist this intoxicating power.
It's okay, Leon. Palpatine can't hurt you. Hey, man.
Hey,
Hey,
wake up.
you seen Palpatine?
Yay. Crawl out of one hole and into another.
You want to tell me what's going on here?
Who's that Palpatine asshole?
Americano, see? Now what brings a bloke like you to this part of the world? Oh, hey, easy, whoever you are.
Name's Leon. Came here looking for this girl. Seen her?
What, are you supposed to be a cop or something? Nah, you don't look the type.
Maybe.
Okay, let me guess. She's the president's daughter?
That's too good for a guess. Want to start explaining?
Psychic powers. Nah, I'm just kidding with you, amigo. I overheard one of the villagers talking something about the president's daughter in the church.
And who might you be?
Me llamo Luis Serra. I used to be a cop in Madrid. Now I'm just a good-for-nothing guy who happens to be quite a ladies' man.
Why'd you quit?
Phew, policia. You put your life on the line. Nobody really appreciates you enough for it. Being a hero isn't what it's cracked up to be anymore.
Used to be a cop myself. Only for a day, though.
I thought I was bad.
Somehow I managed to get myself involved with the incident in Raccoon City on my first day in the force.
That is the incident with the viral outbreak, right? I think I might have seen a sample of the virus in a lab at the department.
Hey boy, I'm not done.
Do something, cop!
After you.
Now!
Mission failed. We'll get him next
It's
time.
Leon. Sorry I couldn't get in touch sooner, but I was a bit tied up.
You're okay, right?
Fine.
Pun
There was a male
intended.
civilian held captive. According to him, Ashley's in a church somewhere.
What happened to him?
He managed to escape.
Do you have a fix on the location of that church?
No. But apparently there's a secret passage in the village that leads there. I'm heading back to the village.
Okay, so this is where things start to get a bit tricky on professional mode. This is where the game opens up a bit mechanically. And
Over here, stranger.
oh yeah, things are about to get interesting, alright. Don't need to save.
got something that might interest you. Got a selection of good things on sale, stranger.
Okay, so this is the guy who left the note for the medallions. If you shoot all of them, all 15 of the medallions, you get
What are you buying?
a free handgun later on. It's not that great, but
What are you selling?
I'm actually tempted to buy it and try to beat the game with it on professional mode, just to see how I go. And technically you can beat it with any of the guns. The game's good enough. It's sophisticated enough to let you do so. There's no... you're not gonna put yourself in a corner if you do anything, as long as you know what you're doing. Which, now that I'm looking at the way I'm playing and talking at the same time, I have fuck all idea what I'm doing. But, we're doing well so far. Let's continue. So, first things first, what you want to do is always sell your stuff. So the spinel, you can always sell these.
Is that all, stranger?
Is that all, stranger?
Thank you.
No, thank you. So we have a red cat's eye and the beer stain. I wonder what we can do with those. That's right. You can fit the cat's eye and the beer stain. One down, 2 more to go.
Welcome.
What are you buying?
What are you buying? What are you buying? What are you selling? Ah, I'll buy it at a high price. Thank you. What are you buying?
So, interesting fact.
Is that all, stranger?
Leon Kennedy and the Merchant are voiced by the same guy. I believe his name is Paul Mercier. Yeah. Basically, Leon Kennedy has had four popular actors for Leon Kennedy are Paul Haddad, rest in peace. He's the first guy who voiced Leon Kennedy in Resident Evil 2. Then you have this guy, Paul Mercier, sorry. And in Resident Evil 6, Paul Mercier actually even voiced Leon Kennedy in Resident Evil Degeneration, I believe, the first CGI movie. Then you had Matthew Mercer for Resident Evil 6 and Damnation, the second CGI movie. And then you had the fourth actor, Nick Apostolides, for Resident Evil 2 Remake and Resident Evil Infinite Darkness, the Netflix series. Or movie. I think of it as a movie, split into 4 mini clips. So, what do we do here? I'm tempted to keep this handgun for the whole game. It's either this one or the Red 9. Now the Red 9 is the best handgun in the game, which you'll get later on, and but I want to play this with the TMP, which is
What are you buying?
this. This thing is a lifesaver, and I had a run recently with without a TMP and with the worst rifle in the game. It was manageable, but it wasn't as fun as I'd like it to be. I'll still buy the rifle though. Now, do I sell the Silver Ghost and use the TMP alone, or... interesting. I think I will, I'll get the TMP for now. Or both. Let's,
Is that
let's try both. Alright.
Thank you.
You can buy rocket launchers in this game for when you feel stuck, so you don't have to do what I'm doing. I'm going for a rocket launcher free run, but feel free to buy the rocket launcher whenever you need. When you will need a rocket launcher for the hardest parts of the game, I will let you know. But yeah, this is a rocket free game.
What are you buying?
This is a rocket free run, a rocketless run. So what to upgrade? I'm using this shotgun for the rest of the game. I like the riot shotgun. I also love the striker. I think the striker is my favorite one in the game. But I'm going for the exclusive upgrade for this weapon, and yeah, it's pretty... it's not as cool as it's made out to be, but it's really effective, so I'm sticking to this. Besides, it's the... I believe it's the cheapest shotgun to upgrade. And this handgun also has an amazing upgrade for critical headshots, so I'm keeping that. I think I'm upgrading this one for now.
Is that all, stranger? Thank you.
Reload speed is king.
Thank you. Thank you. What you selling? Come back anytime.
So behind the merchant there's a couple of boxes, I believe. Yeah, a couple of barrels. Okay, we're back in business. Okay, so we don't have a lot of TMP ammo, so best not to use it for now. And yeah, we got 3 hand grenades, a pistol, some rifle rounds. Let me see if I can use it from here. And bingo. Say goodnight. Noise. God, this is getting intense. Always grab the yellow herbs. Whew. All right. So this is some interesting bits about the level design. Here you have a trinket you can obtain if you look around, and it uses these dilapidated buildings as a means to show you where you can get it. It's really effective at telling you from where to get it, so yeah. It's cool how this game keeps sprinkling these little trinkets everywhere for you to get and make it easier for yourself. The game's hard only if you don't know what you're doing. But that doesn't mean it's not scary. It really is scary. If you're going into the game for the first time blindly, you're gonna have a fucking nightmare. But then again, none of the Resident Evil games are scary once you know what you're doing, so it's not really an argument against the game. It doesn't help your argument. Okay, so this part's really cool. So you duck over here, and boom, they're done. Be careful of the bear traps. Sometimes the enemies will come in from there, so make sure you don't get ambushed. Take the spinel. And hello there. Nice one, asshole. Yeah, so the music stops when you are done with the enemies. It's a bit jarring how it stops immediately, but at least it gets the job done. It tells you if you're safe or not, which is definitely helpful. Wow, I'm doing awful as of now. So far, it's wow. But that being said, I've actually died more times the last time, even though I've played better than I'm playing now. I'm time to take the fish. Do you want to take the black bass? Of course I do. I love the inventory in this thing. Get over here. Fuck. Get. No, don't move. Okay. So. Climb up. And we're back to the village. So there's crows again. You know what these things are. They're loot factories. So let's take that one out. Take that one out. Okay. We have another well puzzle. The dirty pendant puzzle. But this time it's a brass pocket watch instead of a dirty pocket watch or a pendant. Be careful of the bear traps. For some reason the bear traps don't go off when you shoot the bomb. Best to keep that in mind. God, I love the fog. I'm a sucker for fog in video games. It really helps with the mood of this game. It all comes together, the light, the way light comes into the buildings, the way everything looks all dirty and filthy and brown. And even how it contrasts with Leon, who has nothing to do with the place. He's an outsider. There's such a decisiveness to the identity of the graphical art style to this game. I believe it's up and left. Oh, really? Yeah. That's right. Okay. Well, well, well. If it isn't Palpatine himself. Fuck you. The insignia key. Here's a note. The chief's note. The big cheese. Okay. If you need to read those, feel free to pause it.
You carry the same blood as us, it seems. Nevertheless, you're an outsider. Just remember, if you become unpleasant to our eyes, you'll face severe consequences.
What? Same blood.
Leon, I've been able to get some new info that might help you.
Fill me in.
Apparently, there's a religious cult group involved. They're called the Los Illuminados.
Los Illuminados. That's a mouthful. Anyway, I had an unexpected run-in with the big cheese of this village.
But you're okay, right?
Yeah, but he could have killed me, but he let me live. And he mentioned something about me carrying the same blood as them. Whatever that means.
Carry the same blood. Huh. Interesting.
Anyway, there are more important things than solving riddles right now.
You're right. Hurry and find that church, Leon.
So that was the Chapter 1, Part 2. Now on to Part 3. So if you've played Resident Evil 2, you probably know who that was, the lady in red. Resident Evil likes to color code its characters. Leon is either wearing grayish and bluish tones and mixing in brown. Jill Valentine wears blue or green, depending on the how you look at the STARS uniform. It's either green or blue. It's in the remake it's green, but in the original it was blue, I believe. And then you've got Chris Redfield, the other main character, who is always wearing green. Green and black or green and white. Usually green. So yeah, all of them have color coding. Even Claire Redfield, she's always wearing red, but it's a different kind of red. It's not the same red that this woman's wearing. This woman wears pinkish red. And for whatever reason, he saved Leon's life here, but the Big Cheese decides to tear Leon a new one in this room if he decides to go back. Pretty weird, but moving on. Quick snap, quick snap. And we are about to be impolite. That's what you get for not washing your hands. For some reason I keep thinking he can break the wine bottles. You can do it once in the game, but I don't think there's any other time you can do it. So over here you gotta be careful, there's a chainsaw dude. God, he looks so creepy, he's just standing there. Jesus. See his chainsaw over there and one of his friends. Okay, let's evaluate the situation. We can kill him with the fish. We can beat him to death with it. Actually, no, we can't. That would be funny, though. Well, we can't throw the eggs, but let's just use the TMP and the sniper rifle for now. God damn, the sniper rifle has a kick to it, doesn't it? Okay. So that's been dealt with. Yeah, if you're not far enough, they can hear that. Okay, let's dispose of one of these things. I'm gonna use this. Actually, no, I'm gonna need that. Let me use this. Let's hope it works. Bullseye. Okay, so, yeah. Okay, shit's gonna go down again. Best leave that alone. Actually, let's use the TMP. Okay, now we have the key, and time to go in. In like Flynn. The struggle of having too much ammo. That is actually a problem you want to have in this game. That's how you know you're playing it right. God, if that's not one of the sickest reload animations ever made, I don't know what it is. RE4 is chock full of these things. Some of the greatest weapons, some of the greatest combat, some of the greatest sound effects for guns. It's probably the most immersive shooter mechanics I've ever played. I'm not even kidding. Every single third-person shooter you've played in the last 15 years, you probably have Resident Evil 4 to thank for. Even if it's, by today's standards, not up to date as much of these modern games, this is where it all started, and to be frank, the impact of the gameplay, how solid it feels, it just doesn't compare to this. So, let's go in. This is part of the game where the ambient sound effects really are interesting. Just the way everything is, the puddles and the water dripping down the ceiling and on the side of the caves, it's so immersive. This part of the game really is immersive when it comes to sound. That's also a interesting thing over there, that by putting out the flames that light up the cave, you see the trinkets.
Got something that might interest you. Got a selection of good things on sale, stranger.
Okay, so if you shoot 10, you get the gun. If you shoot all 15, you get the gun with an upgrade.
What are you buying?
Capacity. Capacity is quite important with the TMP. Let's see what we sell first. I would sell this, but it doesn't offer that much money.
Thank you.
So the elegant mask is same as with the Beerstein. You have 3 divots or holes or slots for things to fit inside. Okay, and that raises the price. Do not forget that. TMP ammo, shotgun shells.
What are you buying?
I would definitely recommend buying the stock for the TMP, but as you can see, for now I'm a bit tied up, and since I don't have many healing items, I'm gonna keep the bass. For now, we're good. Let's maybe focus on some of the upgrades. Let's go with capacity.
Thank you.
I think the reload speed needs up. Yeah.
Thank you.
Look at the difference. Firing speed, capacity, firepower.
Is that all? Thank you. Is that all? Thank you.
Yeah, TMP is a good weapon. Since it fires rapid bullets, even at the little change in firepower, it makes a hell of a lot difference.
What are you buying?
The TMP can get devastating with upgrades. God, I just love the village. It's such an iconic place. Yeah, the knife's really powerful. It's way too powerful, actually. Okay, let's shoot the medallions now. Let's try to get them all. Well, we're gonna be missing one, but that's fine. We can get it later. TMP ammo is extremely plentiful in this game, so be sure to use that on things to shoot down to collect. There's a lot of advantages to buying the TMP, and that's one of them. You save a lot of ammo like that. Okay, we got 1, 2, 3, 4. We got 4 left. I think these two Ganados are probably the stupidest two in the whole game. Okay, this is the puzzle that actually takes me the longest to solve, so in case I get stuck on this or I take too long, I'm gonna just time-lapse the whole thing. Okay, we're done. Down we go.
Leon, have you reached the church yet?
Well, yeah. Sort of.
Leon, did I mention not to take the scenic route? At any rate, Ashley's probably inside that structure. Rescue her, hurry!
Oh, there you are. Okay, so if you remember, I kept the flash grenade, and this is why I kept it. Just look at this. See those crows? Now, as you know, crows are loot factories, and there's around a dozen of them. So let's see what happens. Booyah! Look at all that loot. Jesus Christ. So this theme is really calm and serene. I believe they use actual whale sounds to create this effect. It's really cool. It's probably one of the most memorable themes in Resident Evil 4. I wish it was the save room theme. But, yeah, it's the merchant theme. I like it.
Got some rare things on sale, stranger. What are you buying?
So, you can actually get the Punisher for free, and you can actually sell it back for money to the same guy who gives it to you. It's just something hilarious about that. Just,
what are you buying?
it's one of those moments in this franchise that feels really stupid, but it's just one of the many things you can love about Resident Evil. Reload speed.
Is that all, stranger?
I might need this.
Thank you. What are you selling? Thank you.
So that's 2 out of 3. Okay, so now we're heading to another Indiana Jones section. Now here's an interesting thing about this level. Well, first of all, there's a jewel over here. There you are. So I'm using the TMP for this level. As you can see, I'm well equipped with ammo for now, but I'm mostly gonna use the TMP to save ammo. TMP bullets are really good for getting the melee prompts. It's perfect for crowd control. So is the shotgun, but I'd like to keep the ammo. So I'm using the TMP, and I'm gonna use the sniper rifle for a bit just to finish off some people in the distance. So there is a villager over there. Let's try to hit both at the same time, both the bomb and the villager. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Alright. Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker. Alright. Here's Johnny. Okay, coast seems to be clear for now. So over here you get a lot of villagers that spawn behind you, and it happens twice. So let's see where they are. Okay, use the TMP. Yeah, they're coming. You see those? They just spawned. Gonna try to line them all up. Yeah, and there's another spawn over here. Try to get them all tripping over themselves. TMP is just a god at crowd control. Love this thing. Okay, so... Always watch out for the snakes. Take the hand grenade. Oh, I'm gonna need that. I will definitely need that. Maybe I should... Let's see how many bullets. Oh, just the one. Okay. Let's take that. And let's switch back to the TMP. Suckers. Watch out for the dude in the shack. So basically the kicks I've been using throughout the whole game so far, it's kind of the same as using the matches in the first Evil Within game. It's basically the game's giving you all the tools you need. It's still survival horror, it's just well equipped enough for you if you know what you're doing. For example, in the Evil Within 1, Sebastian Castellanos is a pretty frail and weak man compared to Leon's acrobatic prowess, but what he has is something similar. Instead of being physical with his kicks and punches and suplexes and whatnot, he has these matches. They are hyper flammable. Insanely flammable. He doesn't even use like gasoline or anything. He just fucking throws the damn thing, and he lights everyone up like a goddamn summer barbecue or something. It's basically a Shinji Mikami trademark at this point. It's his signature. He even used the lighter in Resident Evil Remake, which is pretty cool.
Shit. Vámonos. Okay, ándale.
God, Leon really looks like Jensen Ackles in this game. Looks like a sort of a hybrid between Jensen Ackles and DiCaprio. Such a unique spin on those two. I still think this design is the superior one. The Resident Evil 2 remake looks sick, but there's something about 4 that feels more iconic, to me at least. Decisions, what to do. I think I'm fine. Can always ride the boat and come back, but I don't think I'll have to. So this part, if you shoot the water 6 times, you just saw that monster over there devouring the second cop. If you shoot the water 6 times, the monster will just come out of nowhere and swallow you whole. We're not gonna do that though, but it's a cool little detail. They didn't have to do that, but it's interesting that they did it. There's a lot of things they didn't need to do, and they still put the effort into making all of this work to become as immersive an experience as possible. That is one big fish. You are gonna need a bigger boat. Or maybe you don't. Run. Swim, you idiot. Let's, fuck it, let's take this one. That literally never happened before. Wow. Interesting. That, of all the playthroughs I've ever done, that one thing never happened. Never. Let's see you dodge this. So, when he goes underwater, he always spawns wherever you are not aiming. He's always spawning in the opposite direction. Let's see if we can hit him twice. Bingo. that was close. If you think the art style is familiar, it's because it is. In Resident Evil Village, the Moreau level, the one of the lords, the one that looks like a fish, the art style is exactly the same. It's almost identical. It feels like a remake of this part of Resident Evil 4. Well, minus the boss fight. Resident Evil Village's boss fight with Moreau feels more like one of the bosses in Dark Souls 2. I forget what's the name, but it's one of those frogs that they pull back their skin and it looks like an abomination. It's literally identical, though. It's not the first time Resident Evil has used Dark Souls bosses as an inspiration in the last 5 years or so. Yeah, I'm taking my time with this run. It's just a way to blow off some steam. Really enjoying it so far.
It's been 6 hours since our last transmission. I was starting to get worried.
Don't you mean lonely? Anyway, I started to feel dizzy, and then I guess I must have lost consciousness.
Lost consciousness? Maybe that has some connection to what the village chief was talking about.
Can't say. But I'm all right now. I'm gonna continue my mission.
I always double slash just in case the snake decides to do a surprise visit. If you know what I'm saying. Okay, now. So there's actually a hidden route. Well, not a hidden route, but it's a hidden part of the level, I guess. You're supposed to go through there, but as you can see, there's a merchant light in the distance, and I think it's high time we pay him a visit.
What are you buying?
Well, let's see. Oh wow. How the hell did this happen? Wow. So many things I've never experienced. They just so happen to happen on the stream. Thanks for nothing. 100 playthroughs, I guess. But it's fine. As long as it doesn't break the game, it's perfectly fine. I'm not always annoyed by bugs. They're not... If they don't break the game, I can live with them. Obviously I don't want them, but my tolerance level is pretty high for these. Especially given my experience with the video games, especially earlier on. Some of the games I used to play were a fucking train wreck. Like Tomb Raider 3, for instance, the original one by Core Design, that was a goddamn nightmare. It wasn't buggy as much as it was inaccessible for younger audiences. I still don't know how I beat that game. It took me probably over a year. But one game I used to play that was buggy as hell,
On sales.
I think it was called Taxi Challenge. That one was, whoo boy, Jesus,
What are you
what a
buying?
fucking train wreck. It was fun though. That I used to
are you
play that a lot.
selling?
It was so fucking funny.
Is that... Thank you.
Gold chicken egg. Yeah, I'm selling these.
Is that... Is that all? Thank you.
No, I'm not selling the grenades. Maybe.
What are you buying?
I probably will need.
Is that all, stranger?
Yeah,
Is
for
that
now
all?
I'm upgrading that.
Thank you. Is that all, stranger?
Yeah, I'm going for these.
Thank you. What are you selling?
Yeah, let's continue with the game. It's so cool that they added even a boat in the first place. They really did not need to add this thing. I don't think they even use it again in the rest of the game. There's another section with a boat, but both of them are really not that much of a big part of the game. So yeah, they're cool little details that they really did not need to work on, but they invested time into it. Wow. For a 2005 game, this thing does a lot of things right. And new things. A lot of new things right. And speaking of new things, we're about to witness something new right now. That's not creepy at all. Ah, damn it. I was gonna go for 2 and 1, but I failed miserably. Okay, 5,000. Nice. Another maybe 1,000. Let's see. Yeah, wow. Right on the money. Okay. Yeah, after so many playthroughs, you just keep remembering some things for no reason. It's it comes in handy. Another hand grenade, wow. And it's not even Christmas yet. Nice. Rappel down here. Okay, now this guy is a pain in the ass. You can't even see him through the camera angle the way it's presented. Barely. It just shows you enough if you're paying attention. There's a jewel over here. I think it's a spinel. Yeah. There are some beautiful diegetic sounds going on over here. You've got the waterfall, you've got the cackles of the fire. There's a lot of fires over here. There's a 1, 2, 3. Oh, you can break these. Let's see. Do they drop anything? No? Okay. Yeah, I never broke those anyway, so I don't know what I was expecting. Wasn't expecting anything, but I didn't know you could break those. Now for the boxes, you don't actually have to hit the chains. You can just hit the box. I'm gonna pick this up beforehand. Amber Ring. I believe that one actually gives you a lot of money for that. I'm not sure, but yeah, just loot everything. If you spend your money right, you're gonna have more than enough for everything in this game. If you commit to say a maximum of 4 weapons or 5 and completely ignore the rest when it comes to upgrades, you're gonna have enough money to buy exclusive upgrades for at least 3 out of 5 weapons. And well, let's hope that that's true for this Let's Play. Let's hope it doesn't age like milk. Okay, so we've solved the puzzle. You know what that means. It's time for shit to go down, as always. In fact, it's eerily quiet. I just love the atmosphere in this game. It's not as strong as Resident Evil Remake, but God, they've done something quite right with this game. It's all in 3D. It's not even pre-rendered, and should I use one? I think I'm gonna use one. Yeah, that saves some ammo. Yeah, I did not shoot them when they jumped because you'll lose the money that way. Oh shit. Okay. Let's see if we can get 2 in 1. Nice.
I've obtained an object that resembles a cult group's insignia.
Wonderful, Leon. Head back to the church. Ashley's safety is our immediate priority.
This is an interesting detail. When the bats fly over him, he looks at them the same way he looks at his enemies when they're off screen. If you notice, Leon actually looks to his sides. Basically, the game helps you with identifying what's in your just outside of your peripheral vision by having Leon look to his left or his right. It's really useful. It really tells you where. I don't know how many times that saved me from getting hit by an axe or something. You just run next to some guy and you don't even know he's in your vision. You can always tilt the camera, but I guarantee you a lot of people will not do that. Same way a lot of people don't know that doing this will save you a lot of headaches. I mean, it's fine. The complaints are valid nowadays, given that controls have gotten a major upgrade over the years, but not for this game, I mean for games in general. But still, this game holds up incredibly well for a game with tank controls. It's insane how fun it is. I've never played a game with tank controls that's more fun than this. I still think I've never played a shooter that's more fun than this. Maybe Resident Evil 5 controls-wise. Actually, no, I prefer Resident Evil 4 because of the animations. Leon moves faster and he feels way more responsive than Chris or Sheva or even Jill and Josh in the Resident Evil 5 DLC. Do we need to sell things? No, but maybe I might need a first aid spray. I'm not sure. Actually, I'm gonna put this over here, put that over here, put that over here, put that over there. Bingo. Okay, I think we're good to go. Actually, let me use that first. I don't want to go into the boss fight with low health.
Got a selection of...
The TMP will make this easier.
What are you selling? What are you buying?
When it comes to the El Gigante, DPS is the name of the game. It's all about making shots. It's all about pumping lead into him as fast as possible. Whichever way is the fastest, depending on whether you're going for extreme firepower and slow fire rate, or maybe fast fire rate and slow firepower. The TMP does an excellent job in that regard. It really compensates for the low firepower by giving you an extreme DPS and high fire rate. How they even managed to lock him in there is beyond me. If he's so easy to lose control of, I have no idea how they put him in there. Wow, look, the way Leon dodges really turns the tables. It really just establishes how you can stand a chance against him, whereas no one else can. Okay, time to run away. So what we're gonna do is snipe the fuck out of him and then knife the fuck out of him.
Hey, it's that dog.
Hey, it's that dog. Yeah, being a dog lover really pays off in this game. Yeah, the game was really fair at that point. At least it didn't kill me. That was basically a stun lock. That was not the brightest choice. I'm gonna use that. And good night. Yeah, my last run without the TMP was a nightmare. I just love that damn thing. Can't stress enough how good it is. Can probably beat the game with the TMP alone. I'm not sure, but maybe Dante Ravioli has done it. I'd like to see if he's done a video on that. So the boxes seem to respawn here, which is a good thing. Well, not good for the immersion, but it's good for gameplay reasons. And let's be honest, that's what is most important to a video game. To me, at least. It's the fun factor. And the game being well designed. That's all I care about. And we're fucked. Or maybe not. Oh wow. That dog went down without a hitch. Okay. Well, pains me to do this, but sorry, doggo. Not gonna mix them for now. I'm gonna need the TMP stock soon. There you are, you little rascal. So we only got one left. I don't know if I'm using the Punisher, but even if I'm not, I'd like to get it fully upgraded. It costs more and it gives me more money if I sell it. If it's fitted with an upgrade. look at how beautiful the architecture is in this game. Even with all the beautiful colors and the contrast between the tapestry and the ornaments and the architecture, there's still a recurring, there's a certain uniformity to everything. It feels like it fits with the overall tone that the game's presenting. The three sections of the whole game, the big sections, the village, the castle, and the island, they all have a style of their own, but they all pretty much fit into the grand scheme of things. It's such a beautiful game. I wonder how many hours they just spent designing every last inch of this game. There's one thing they really pay attention to in almost every game. It's I wouldn't say the level design, but the environment work. They really work on those environments. It's insane. And this wasn't even when they had photogrammetry. So, yeah, that's a lot of work. Kudos to Capcom for this. I just love the camera work for this part. Let's do it again. That's another thing too. The camera work and the cinematography in Resident Evil 4 is fucking spectacular. Look at that. It's a tracking shot going back and forth, and then you get this swoosh of a camera angle, and it's really cinematic. Even this shot, the way it tracks from the stage lights to the wall, it's so much attention to detail. Okay, so this is goes like this. Green goes like this. And the blue is like that. And now we are getting to the part that people seem to hate the most about this game. It feels like it's a unanimous complaint, even with people who love this game. I'm not gonna say everyone agrees. Personally, I don't agree completely about it, but I can get the reasoning to some extent as to why people have a complaint with what's about to happen.
Ashley!
Don't come!
Hey! Take it easy.
No! Get away!
Calm down. Everything's going to be just fine. My name's Leon. I'm under the President's order to rescue you.
What? My father?
That's right. And I have to get you out of here. Now come with me. It's Leon. I've succeeded in extricating my subject.
Good work, Leon. I'll send a chopper over right away.
Where's the extraction point?
There's another trail that you can take to get out of the village. The chopper will pick you up beyond there.
Got it. I'm on my way.
So what happens is Ashley becomes an NPC, a non-playable character. She's the how do I put this? You basically have to escort Ashley. It becomes an escort mission, but people don't give Ashley enough credit. Ashley is actually one of the best escortable characters that there is in video games. Most video games, what they do, for example, The Last of Us or even BioShock Infinite, what they do is the way they circled around the problem of having a a character to babysit is they've made the characters completely separate from the level, so they're invulnerable to damage, they are invisible by the enemies, they all focus only on you. But what that does, in my opinion, it ruins some of the immersion and some of the tangibility as well. They feel so detached from the level design. But Ashley is actually a very competent escort mission, but a very real threat as well to your overall progress. You have to be careful with the way you approach your surroundings and micromanaging everything in order to get her out alive. She can be a problem if you don't know what you're doing. I assure you, I've died many times because of Ashley. Well, because of me, but because of having to take care of Ashley. But it's really because of me. It's poor judgment from the player's part is usually the real reason as to why you die in Resident Evil 4. Other Resident Evil games, not so much. But this one is really, it's really not. It's one of those games where you really can't blame it for stifling your progress or something of those sorts. It's best to reload. How much TMP ammo do I have? Okay, so 31. I think I should save it for now. I have so much handgun ammo. Jesus Christ. Okay, let's continue.
I'll take the girl.
Who are you?
I don't know if you've noticed, but the lantern was shaking. I don't know if that was a bug. I think it was.
Osman Sadler, the master of this fine religious community.
Oh, look, it's Palpatine.
What do you want?
To demonstrate to the whole world our astounding power, of course. No longer will the United States think they can police the world forever. So, we kidnap the president's daughter in order to give her our power and then send her back.
No. Leon, I think they shot something in my neck.
What did you do to her?
We just planted her a little gift. Oh, there's going to be one hell of a party when she returns home to her loving father. But before that, I thought I might bargain with the president for some donation. Believe it or not, it takes quite a lot of money to keep this church up and running.
Faith and money will lead you nowhere, Sadler.
Oh, I believe I forgot to tell you that we gave you the same gift.
When I was unconscious.
Oh, I truly hope you like our small but special contributions. When the eggs hatch, you will become my puppets. Involuntarily, you'll do as I say. I'll have total control over your minds. Don't you think this is a revolutionary way to promulgate one's faith?
Sounds more like an alien invasion if you ask me. You okay?
Leon, what's gonna happen to us?
Don't worry. We got into this mess, we can get out of it.
So that scene introduces a lot of new stakes. For example, that it tells you straight up that you are not gonna have an easy time escaping with Ashley. So as if the stakes weren't high enough, now you've got that as a problem. Second thing, we get introduced to the main villain. Now the main villain, as always, it's he's not an in-depth character. It's not some Shakespearean villain like Iago or something like the Joker from Batman. But he is an effective villain. Even in the way they've produced the cinematic cutscenes. They were using a lot of camera angles that show they were placed from if you place a camera angle from below eye level, it usually is used to show dominance. And if you've noticed, both the main villain Osmond Saddler and Leon, they used some of those shots for both to indicate a certain rivalry between the two. And yeah, even if he's a generic villain who just wants to be a villain for the sake of being a villain because the plot demands it, well, he's still effective at doing so. They still did some things right. Right off the bat, he looks sinister and poses a threat. So now we are approaching the part where you can obtain the red 9. Do I want the red 9 or not?
Welcome.
I would love to get the red 9, but I already have the TMP and will buy the stock, so I think I'll skip on the red 9 for this run. The red 9 makes the things a lot easier, but
Is that all?
I'd rather have the TMP. But for now, let's see what we can sell.
What are you selling?
I'll keep the flash grenades for now.
Is that
Yeah, the amber ring gives you a lot of money.
What are you buying? Is
Yeah.
that all?
TMP upgrade.
Is that
Now we're
Thank
talking.
you.
100 bullets. Jesus. Yeah. You're gonna need those. Well, I'm gonna need those. Okay. Reload speed. Should I? Yeah,
Is
I
that
should.
all? Thank you.
Capacity. I don't have to. Firepower. Or capacity. Which one? Why not both? Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're in business.
Come back. Anytime.
Do I think I should sell the incendiary. Oof, Jesus, the inventory's a mess. I don't know, maybe I should how much money does it offer?
What are you buying? What are you selling?
Oh, 1,000. Yeah, why
Is
not?
that all? Thank you. What are you buying?
I'll come back to the Punisher later. The Punisher's a good gun if you can line up the enemies behind each other, but the damage is piss poor in my opinion. It does fuck all to these enemies. I'm gonna try to shoot it down and see if there's more trinkets. Does it drop anything? Okay, no. Yeah, there's a lot of things that respawn over the course of the game if you backtrack a bit. Well, you're not really backtracking. You're just progressing through the story by revisiting some locations. But I still call it backtracking in some sense. The game respawns a lot of items during the backtracking, and wow. So the interesting thing about this window is apparently in the level design, if you look at it from outside, there's actually no window here. It's just on this side of the church, which is weird. But I love the lightning in this part, and the music for this room is really good. Is this the safe? No, this is not the safe room music. This is supposed to be the merchant music, but it's called Serenity, but well, yeah, it really is serene, but moving on. So, this is where things start to get a bit difficult if I'm just gonna sit here for now. Yeah, if you wait for the torch wielder to now this is a problem for the Plagas. If they spawn, you really don't want to be in that room. But this is one of the creepiest, most atmospheric levels in the entire game. It's so creepy, and you can't see shit. On the PlayStation 2, with the graphics the way they were, and the shaders were so dark on the PS2. Especially Leon's hair, he had a weird shader effect going on. Didn't look as the character models were looking darker than they needed to be, and it really made the everything feel much creepier. Maybe it's because I was younger as well, but yeah, it feels like it's still creepy, but the PlayStation 2 just had something that was creepier about it. There are some interesting videos online about how inferior graphics make for more horrifying games. I believe there's some games these days that utilize that graphic style for the intent of making the game scarier, which is interesting. Let's look for some ammo. I believe there's some over here. Bingo. It's such a simple little thing, but the flies and the sound effects of flies around the dirt and the stains and the filth, it really helps to make this game creepy. It's so insane how many times they pull it off just by using some flies. Careful with the bear traps. Don't let me down, Ashley. No ammo. Kinda sucks that they can't, it doesn't affect them, the bear traps. And we're fucked. Get over here. Time to use the sniper rifle. They still keep walking, and that shit is fucking creepy. Let me tell you, the first time I saw that happen, it scared the shit out of me. So, we're back to the first medallion location, and I believe there it is. That's the last one. Bingo. So, the thing about Ashley is, the game is extremely fair with you about how to deal with things. These dumpsters, believe it or not, they solve everything. You can just put Ashley in here and she's never gonna be a problem. And what's interesting is Ashley is not even in the game for half the time. And when she is, things are a lot more manageable. But that doesn't mean the game doesn't go out of its way to raise the stakes. Wow, the blood splatter. That was too close. If they do remake this game and do the blood splatter effect the way Resident Evil 2 Remake did it, let me tell you, sometimes Leon or Claire, the blood effects from the shooting zombies in their face, when you get up close and personal, they get covered in blood, and it's a really cool effect, and I wish they'd keep it for Resident Evil 4 Remake. They probably will. If they do remake this game, they will not fuck around with this game. Like they will definitely put emphasis on this one. It's understandable if they don't put the same effort in some other games, because, well, they're a business, and you don't have to put as much effort into a game that you think it will not sell that much. Because let's face it, Resident Evil 3 Remake was just something in between for the fans. Well, not for the fans, just for the audience. For the target audience. Just a little something to keep people busy between Resident Evil 2 Remake and Resident Evil Village. That's where the meat and potatoes lie. I believe I see another one. Such an atmospheric game. It's interesting how much atmosphere they could pull off with just music. There's not a lot going on when it comes to sound, just some raindrops, some lightning. There's not much else. As much as I don't want Capcom to change this game, I am really interested to see what they would do with the remake when it comes to I want to see what they can do with the creaking of the with these floorboards, the way they creak, or even just unsettling ambient noises, like for example perhaps some humidity going on and maybe some drops in the rain just in the buckets and making unsettling noises with the metal of these buckets, making you question like, what the hell was that? Or is someone in here? Am I trapped? Resident Evil 7 really did that tremendously well. I enjoy Resident Evil 7 for its ambient noise. I think it's the best one when it comes to this element. Resident Evil 7, in my opinion, is the scariest, quote-unquote, scariest entry in the franchise on an objective level. Subjectively, it doesn't scare me that much, but when you see what they were going for and what they do in that game, it's clearly the one that's designed the most to be a terrifying game. You see that? Ashley was not a problem. You can see her making her way up to us. She climbed through the window over there, and now she's jumping out the window. Okay. Don't forget to catch her on the way down. Can't tell you how many times I forget her over up there. You'd think she'd make her way down the ladder, but no, you just have to catch her on the way down.
I opened it, Leon.
As you can tell, the game keeps putting you in, keeps changing things up from one place to the next. It keeps just refreshing itself over and over.
Got a selection of good things on sale, stranger. What are you
So
buying?
now we can buy the Punisher. I hope I have enough space. Well, with some micromanagement I have space. Let's just put him like that. Put him like that. And like that. And now we can sell it again. And that gives you 15,000 pesetas.
Ah, I'll buy it at a high price. Thank you. What are you buying?
Do I have to reload? So if you don't reload the guns in this game and you buy the capacity, it just gives you the full clip without needing to reload or lose any of the ammo. So you can keep the ammo here and you'd still have extra bullets. So if the capacity goes from 6 to 8, that means I'll get 3 extra bullets, which is cool.
I'm back any time. What are you selling?
Let's see what we can sell.
Is that... Thank you. What are you buying? Is that all? Thank you.
For now, we're just gonna keep it to 8. We don't need more than that.
What are you selling?
We're gonna need the flash grenades. I probably will need them. It's best to Do a quick reload. Oh yeah, I forgot. I need the stock for the TMP. The stock for the TMP alleviates some of the
Is that old?
shakiness from the aim. Now, don't get me wrong. I like the way the game does this. It really helps to me. It sells the immersion much better than without it, but it can be a problem in the long run. So I always try to fix it as soon as possible. So let's use the backup space for now, just so we can manage this thing. I think we're good to go. Forgot to equip the stock, you dumbass. Much better. What's interesting about the stock, it also so without the stock, you're always at a disadvantage because you're aiming at the hip, which means that you don't automatically aim to eye level. But when you equip the stock, it's like you're aiming with a pistol. It's literally, if some guy is right in front of you, that's it. It's game over. You pop one right in the face.
Leon, I have some bad news.
I'd rather not hear it.
Well, I'm afraid I have to tell you anyway. We've lost contact with the chopper. Someone must have shot it down, though we can't determine who.
Great.
We're prepping another chopper for you. Meanwhile, I want you to head towards the extraction point.
Got it.
So this is one of the most, this is another one of those iconic moments in the game that that subsequent games keep trying to replicate, especially Resident Evil 3 Remake.
Hate to say it, but we're sandwiched all right.
Also the polygons on the villagers back there. Some of them were god-awful, but it's fine. I've never noticed them on the PlayStation 2. It's when they remastered it that, to me, it became so
world,
apparent.
Eh? Well, I see that the president's equipped his daughter with ballistics, too.
How rude! And I don't believe there's any relevance with my figure and my standing. Who are you?
Oh, excuse me, Your Highness. Perhaps the young lady might want to introduce herself first before asking someone his name.
Her name's Ashley Graham, the president's daughter.
Is she... well, you know.
Don't worry.
Nice going,
cool.
Louis. Well, Louise.
Well, never mind.
Well, that's a funny thing,
Supposed to be
actually.
some kind of obvious symptom before
Leon
you
calls
turn
him
into a
Louis, but his name's Luis.
Look,
And, yeah, it's easier on the tongue to call him Louis, but his real name's Louis, and it's really funny how
It's game time.
Leon just dismisses his name all the time. I always enjoy the irony in these games. For example, the way Louise made a remark on her quote-unquote ballistics, but then has the audacity to say she's being rude for not saying her name. It's really funny, but also not funny at the same time, but you know what I mean. Okay, so it's party time. Luis, he drops ammo. He's really helpful in this fight. His AI is pretty good, actually. His AI is real good. He even ducks. He even tells you I owe you one when you save his ass. So I'm gonna need something bigger for crowd control. Yeah, I'm gonna throw a flash grenade. There's no way in hell I'm surviving this. That was a close one. If I didn't throw a flash grenade there, I'd have been dead meat. I'm gonna make my way up here. Luis can also kill you in this fight. If you cooperate with him, he helps you, but if you shoot him accidentally or on purpose many times, he will not hesitate to kill you if you shoot him enough times and piss him off. So let's try not to do that. I'd rather not use it for now, but oh Jesus, yeah, if one of those parasites hits me, I'm dead meat. Okay, so the, sorry about that, the screen capture just saved, and because I can only capture 1 hour at a time, but yeah, we can continue. We're starting exactly where we stopped, so let's continue. And we're off to a piss poor start as always, but nothing I can't control. So Ashley's hidden in the closet right behind Luis. God damn it! I keep mispronouncing his names. I've heard him call him Luis so many times. Like, it's stuck in my brain. What the fuck are you doing here? Use this! And I can't. Time to get rid of the incendiary. Let's see if he falls to his ass. Yep. Jesus Christ, how the hell did he hit me?
Looks like they're backing off.
So, what do we do now?
The bridge I crossed to get here's out, so I guess we have no choice but to keep moving.
I forgot something. You guys go on ahead.
Louis.
Yeah, it's not a hard, it's not a difficult fight if you have the TMP. I've probably died 3 times on my last run without it. Get back here. I almost lost that. So close to disappearing. Ammo drops actually disappear if you leave them unattended for a long enough time. So here's a typewriter and a note. So there's 2 routes. One on the left and one on the right. You can see them with the arrows. So, now.
Welcome.
Guess now's a good time to
What are you buying?
upgrade.
What are you buying?
Okay, so I got 5 shotgun bullets in the
What are you
chamber, or whatever you call it. So, capacity to 10. That gives me 5 extra bullets, and since I have 6 in the rifle, that gives me 3 extra rifle bullets.
Is that all, stranger?
Yeah, I'll take them.
You. Is that? Come back anytime.
Now, if you had to pick one of the routes, I'd go for the... I usually prefer going to the El Gigante because of the amount of ammo, and you have a lot of room to mess around. And if you know what you're doing with this one, well, even with this one, if you know what you're doing, if you know what you're doing in it, you can actually clear both routes before you proceed, and that's exactly what I'm gonna do. I'm starting with the El Gigante first. Good lord, so much handgun bullets. And not enough rifle ammo, but I can always use the shotgun. Actually, not. I'd rather not. Let's use the handgun on here on the chainsaw ladies first, which are on the left. And Ashley, as always, will barely be a problem. Barely. People keep complaining about how bad of a character she is and how annoying. She is a bit annoying, that's for sure, but she's not a big deal. People make such a big deal out of this character, it's not even funny. Such drama. Now we have a problem. But, fuck it, I'm using this. 1 flash grenade and the Las Plagas parasites are down. I'm gonna wait for this asshole over here. He's gonna make Ashley hide. Fuck you. Come over here. So the coast is clear for now. Let's, I did not want to do that, but whatever. Okay. Oh yeah, I should be using the pistol rounds. So from here on in, she's not going to be a problem. It's all up to you. That is always a pain in the ass, but nothing I can't handle. drop her down there. Well, she's dead, so it's fine. Looks like we picked everything we need. Now, down here, this is where you want to be careful. The minute you drop down here, you're gonna get 2 chainsaw ladies busting out the woodworks. I believe from over there. And there's 2 of them, so that's a problem. I'm gonna probably use the incendiary and rifle ammo. I'm pretty stocked for now. But I'm gonna reload just for that. Oh, actually no, it's 9, not 10. Yeah, never mind. I don't have to do a reload for now. God, I hate it when these squares don't fit nicely. Fucking despise that thing. But still, it's so addicting to micromanage all the time. Let's see how we go with the pistol. Good God. Hope I don't lose my head over here. God, they look so disturbing. Time to run. Okay. Time to make a last stand. That was so fucking close. Jesus Christ. Oh boy. Time to drop one of these bad boys. Oh Jesus, no. Fuck right off. Fuck off with that shit. So they're coming from over there. Okay, so one's down. It's funny how they never come for Ashley over here. They never find out she's there. Let's just hope I don't get screwed from the other side. Time to burn, motherfuckers. Oof. That was fun. Oh, I see a barrel. Would it kill you to just climb down the ladder? God damn.
Follow me.
Yeah, that's the only real problem I have with the not Ashley herself, but comes to how the game handles Ashley. It's pretty much the
Where are you going, Leon?
the most common problem I keep having with it when it comes to the escort part. She's not that annoying. She really is not. I could name at least 3 characters off the top of my head that are far, far more annoying in the series than Ashley. But I'm not going to. But I can definitely name 3. It's like hearing nails on a chalkboard. Dear God. You probably know which ones I'm talking about, but yeah, the less said about those, the better. Oh, by the way, this is always put her in the dumpster over here. TMP time. Gotta go for the legs. If I manage to hit any. God damn it. That was anticlimactic. So we've unbarred the gate, but since we've cleared this part, we can go back and finish the second route with the El Gigante. And the reason I'm doing this is because of the you get so much valuable items and money you can use on upgrades. You're gonna, you don't have to, but I personally like doing it. It saves so much headaches in the long run. So many headaches. Now this is a tricky one because Ashley doesn't have anywhere to hide. As a matter of fact, none of you have a place to hide. The trick is to keep moving. It's a bit tricky though. I supposedly have enough rifle ammo and TMP. I'm gonna use the TMP for sure. But I think it's the risk is worth the rewards. I currently have 29,000 pesetas. Well, almost 30, but okay. So There are some things you can do to get bonus damage. For example, when he starts approaching you, you can drop this bad boy on his big fucking skull. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna break the locks from over here, because these things are fucking annoying. And I'm gonna reload. As always, I'm gonna use the same strategy I've used so far. TMP until his Plagas thing pops out, and it's best to keep Ashley behind you. Oh wow. I'm gonna snipe this bad boy over here. And then I'm gonna climb. Oh shit, it was the axe. Jesus Christ. Am I dead? Well, might as well be. Jesus. Motherfucker. Get over here. Come get me, you asshole. Right on the money. I'm running out of... Actually, I'm gonna use the handgun. Oh wow. Take the ammo, take all the ammo in the world. TMP ammo, TMP, give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that. God. Okay, now he's dead. I'd say it was worth it. As a rule of thumb, but especially in this level, always keep a lookout for things above you. Always look up. Don't be like the dogs in Shaun of the Dead. If you get that reference, you're the real MVP, my friend. There's our best friend. We'll talk to you in a minute. What you buying? I don't even know if I don't think I buy anything from the guy when I arrive to this point, but we'll see. Maybe a first aid spray or something.
got a selection of good. What are you selling? Thank you. Come back anytime.
I'm gonna have to save the well, I have enough rifle ammo, but I'm gonna wanna save some of those for a later boss fight. So basically what you need to do here is there's a retinal scanner over here, and you can see there's one eye, which is kind of implying something for later on. You can see there's an interesting location over there. You all know what it is. But it's interesting how they use some simple terrain and some trees for the draw distance and a bit of fog to create this sense of scope to the world. Yeah, Ashley does this little adorable thing when you hit a target. She always like does a fist bump. So I'm using the TMP because there's very little room for error on this cable car ride. That was a long way down. I think that's all of them. Nope, there's the last one. She had the window to go through, and she just like, nah, I'd cut myself on the window, so. Man, with so many locations and such grand scope for everything, I really wonder how they're gonna make Resident Evil 4 Remake. I wonder if they will,
Wait.
I wonder if they will cut anything out or streamline the environments. Resident Evil 4 is a long game, but it's really well paced. It doesn't need cutting, or else it risks becoming too fast-paced, which makes it which could backfire, because people already complain enough as it is for Resident Evil 4 being a quote-unquote action game. It's not exactly an action game, it's action horror. It's just like survival horror is a subgenre of the action-adventure style, because survival horror is actually a derivative of action-adventure. and horror itself, but yeah, you could say that Resident Evil 4 kind of went to the action side a bit more than people would like for it to do so, but it's still a survival horror game through and through for me. It's almost as if people think it's a crime to make a survival horror game more fun than usual, which, let's face it, survival horror games can be boring sometimes. Not as a genre, but in terms of pacing. Some elements, like it or not, are counterproductive, especially when it comes to pacing and overall fun factor. I mean, you can't have too much fun in survival horror, but Resident Evil 4 really found a good balance. Yeah, like I keep saying, having too much ammo is a problem you will want to have in this game.
What are you selling?
I'm gonna keep those.
Is that all,
Oh, no.
stranger?
Okay, so now I can sell the beer steam. Let's see how much money we can get for this.
What are you selling?
$20,000.
Thank
Nice.
you. What are you buying?
Unfortunately for now, I don't have anything to upgrade, but it's gonna pay off later. And I'm gonna buy another first aid spray.
Is that a...
Sure as hell I'm gonna need those. Do I think I should reload. Yeah. Let me reload before I buy the first aid spray. Wow, what a goddamn train wreck.
What are you buying? Is it... Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so now we're heading to the boss fight. Gonna take a small pause. I'll be right back. And I'm back. Moving on. Sounds awfully quiet. You know what? Let's throw these things first.
You better stay outside. Ashley, go hide.
Yeah.
Get a glimpse of first person here. I wonder how the first person is going to look like for this cutscene in the VR version for the Oculus Quest. If they even change it at all.
Hasta luego.
An eye for an eye. Okay, that went much better than I thought it would. Holy crap, it went well. Wow, and I haven't used anything that this room gives you.
Are you okay, Leon?
Does he look okay to you, Ashley? Does he? Well, actually, he does. That was fun. I was not expecting it to go so well. I really was not. I always get my ass handed to me on that run. On that boss fight. Do I need it? I don't think so. No, I don't.
Welcome.
Could have just sold it, but whatever.
Got a selection of... What are you selling? What are you buying? What are you buying? Come back anytime. What are you selling? Is that a...
And up we go. So we're getting to the end of the village section, and as you can see, things just keep changing and changing and changing. And it's still the same first location. It's just it's the frickin' village. It's been the wildest few hours, and we haven't even scratched the surface of what this game's about, what's about to happen in this game. It's chock full of content, and none of it is and it doesn't seem to get stale for me ever. And I'm hoping that through this this run of the game, I can convey why that is. Just look at the atmosphere. Non-stop, the atmosphere just doesn't let up. Now here's a trick for this section. Basically, when the truck falls over, you are supposed to walk up, and you are gonna get a surprise attack from the Ganados in the truck, where they will jump out of the truck and spawn while you weren't looking. But there's as you just saw for a bit right there, the truck's only programmed to spawn Ganados out of it. If you look the other side, the opposite direction. If you keep looking at the truck, they'll never spawn. But you're gonna have to you'll definitely have to turn around at some point, or maybe not. But you really are gonna have to if you're gonna open these boxes over here, for example. Or maybe we can. Let's try it out. Let's see. Is there a box over here? Oh yeah. See? It's almost impossible to not prompt them into spawning, but never mind. We don't need to deal with those. And we're done with the village section.
On the other side of the bridge.
Yeah.
I got it.
You take that one.
Okay.
Ready? Come on.
Yeah.